has seen better days. The layer of paint has started to peel off due to the salt and wind from the sea. Even the lock looks slightly rusted.
I'll be sleeping in my room in the whirling. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
A brisk coastal wind still howls against the window of the shack. Occasionally, the waves crawl in under the foundation, producing a low hum. The room feels muffled, like you pulled your hat over your ears.
What is this place to you?
Waves crash onto the beach, drowning the reeds. Far to the south, a congregation gathers to a soup kitchen in a shelter for the homeless. An old woman gives out knitted scarves for free. This could have been you. This could still be you. A down-on-his-luck nobody, trying to survive. Outside, the howl of the wind has picked up. The waves crash against the stilts again. It's as if you think the thought, but in someone else's voice.
Look under the floorboards.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin. Scrubbing all the necrotic tissue off your hands takes a while. The fingernails are especially hard. Death has made its way into every nook and cranny. Should have used gloves. Detectives use gloves when they go rummaging around in someone's dead brain. But man persists, and finally, your bruised hands look clean and presentable. Sort of. The sudden absence of the morbid dead tissue smell is uplifting. The water reflects back a vague image of your face, nose bulbous and red, hair unkempt, wrinkles lining the eyes and forehead. The stash is gigantic. You'll be looking like a pansy without the chops. A fucking pansy. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, adorned with the expression. It's the ledger you found in the trash, a cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held together by a clip. then made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner. Without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open. Inside, you see 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. 2 octopuses are smiling. You stare at the card, willing your hand to move. The words just crossed your mind somehow. Who do you think? You. It's slightly. Your hand shakes. You're flushed with adrenaline. It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from it. Yes, at last. You find a way to piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. HDB 41, date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene, followed by the title. For example, HDB 41120117000. The Next World Mural. Why yes, your precinct number is 41. Every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it. Harrier Dubois, HDB. That's comforting to hear. Now, detective, it takes half an hour to piece one of these together, if you still want to. Here are your options. This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, a graffito, nay, the mural is enormous. True love is possible only in the next world. For new people call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible. The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lettrers have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take The case files do not show you finding the author. The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support. The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villalobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears a staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it, turns out the opposition were a loud minority, and that love truly is possible in the next world for new people, and it is too late for us. Did someone ask what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger? What do you want to tackle next? Or AKA Leslie and Burke, AKA the public indecency drunk and the property damage drunk is a You were so drunk you didn't remember what Leslie, the only way for Leslie you would think, can you keep yourself threatening? It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant, good, he must have in the process killed them. He can't get out, which is also why the officer responsible. Narrowly, not much has changed in the meanwhile. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your... An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection. Like the rest of you, it comes from a bad place somewhere in the past. That's all you... The man is decomposing visibly now. Every hour, he looks less like a creature and more like a pile of intestines. The body is reluctant to let... You're going to need to summon all your...
Whoa!
Yeah, fuck it to pieces for us, liar cop.
It's not completely useless. You're able to reveal a little more of the putrid poly... It feels like the leg is going to come off along with the boot. Just relax. This is easy. This is happening. See? The corpse doesn't care if you try to take his boots. He doesn't need them. He's probably glad to get rid of them. It's heavier than you'd think. You're forced to drop it back down immediately. Something cracks in the left leg. It really is. This is the right method. It takes some time, but eventually the boots come off, with nasty slices of polymer sock stuck to even bigger pieces of skin and rotting flesh.
Look, he's skinning the fucker up good.
Hell, keep at it, pig.
The legs look like they've been clawed at by wild animals. As for the boot, yes, these absolutely need to be... Didn't the Whirling have a kitchen? This industrial gas-powered stove has been used to prepare food for... Getting the corpse residue out of these boots is going to require patience, and also a huge pot full of boiling water, soap, and white vinegar. There is a variety of soaps and bleaches in the cabinet to the left of the stove. There is also a bottle of white vinegar in the cabinet next to the fridge. The delicious smells of cheap soap and vinegar waft up. All right now, chef, light up the stove and boil them. A commercial pot draws your attention. It's very large, gigantic, far away in the darkness of a makeshift morgue behind Station 41's Lazarus. Dr. Nix Gottlieb cuts. The strong smell of vinegar forces you to step away from the pot. The water slowly comes to a boil. Strips of polymer fabric and human tissue separate from the lining of the boots. They float to the bubbling surface. A two-course dinner of rotten flesh and hardened ceramic. The boots look cleaner and cleaner. Those bits of human flesh are beginning to look cooked. You can smell it too, just like beef stew. That's it, chef. The boots are as clean as they're going to get. Steam, dense with the smell of strange meat, disappears into the vent above the stove. A pair of real beauties. The boots are shiny, hot, and reek of vinegar. Just perfect.
Hey, was there something you needed?
Well, well. Bringing him that new bird sure made a difference in his attitude. The lieutenant's door is closed. The door is closed. This door, still, you should punch a fucking hole in it. You slam your fist into the vinyl. It does not produce a hole. The door sits, not to mention, great exercise. The door is closed. Still, you should punch a You slam your fist into the vinyl. It does not not to mention. It's getting cold. The bed is comforting. Across the room, the heating system hums its soft lullaby. The mattress feels soft and sheets warm. It only takes you moments for the world to fall away.
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark. You're one fine instrument, brother. All those faces and all those names. All that laughter.
Recorded in you. Forever. On ferrotape.
On and on it goes.
Behold. There are millions of them down there.
It's the world, Harry boy. And you're made of it. You can never forget this shit.
Beautiful.
You're the son of the world again. Harrister. A ceaseless agent. Picking up litter and all.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. An address.
You'll go insane if you keep going like this.
For the working class. For the money, baby. For Revacol. Always and only Revacol.
Solving your little crossword puzzles. Doing your tasks. Crossing names off lists. Trying to become some sort of world detector. It won't make it okay. It won't put smoke back in her mouth. There he goes again.
He's got no idea what he's in for.
'Cause only love can... Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing.
You can do it. It's nothing. Do it for the city. Do it for the wind. Hey, Moneymouth. Indrak, the impeccable hustler provider of the 7th generation. It's showtime with Savvy. What's up? I'm worried about what's down, broke boy. I'm talking about your severe lack of money. No, you don't. You just keep muttering about your economic self-interest and not doing anything about it. Yeah, I heard you back there. What the hell was that? Brilliant. Catastrophes are just take my money and leave me. Listen, if you really want to make it in the big leagues, you need to reconceptualize you need to become a millionaire. Now, how do you become a millionaire? It should be the other way around. Old one coin, the first of many. Those guys, they're all financially illiterate. Only Savvy here knows how to dazzle and embed. Money is only one form of capital. Human relations. You could force a coin inside you. Any hole will do. Not many more definitive tests. Of course you don't. You've never even been close to a sum with more than 3 zeros. Let's face it, you've been on a years-long losing streak. But Savvy's got your back. Savvy's going to book you a charter flight with 80. Are you in? Attaboy. Welcome to the final grind. Let's start by getting you into the lucrative art market to diversify your assets and increase your ROI. Speaking of which, know any artists? Music is a pet project, not a viable business scheme. Let's return to it once you've set up your He's also 12. We don't want to attract. That child's a common delinquent, not an artist. You're right. She has the poise of a struggling artist. Go and support her like the state never could. Everyone.
Yes? Okay, let's talk about it. Congratulations. That must have taken an enormous concerted effort, considerable ingenuity and timing. Now, I'm going to report you and you are going to go to jail. Sure. Anyway, did you want something? Related?
I don't care about your insane theft, the lieutenant thinks, and looks away from the boots. Just know, if anyone asks me, I will snitch on you.
The waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. Simmer down. Simmer down, bastards. Oh? Who? Well, how can I...
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope I can wash it for you. But it's going to take about a...
Hell yeah. No, we must run around ceaselessly.
I could use a breather before another rainy day begins.
Well, hand it over then, and I'll see what I can... Must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice underneath all that filth.
The scruffy-haired little...
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with.
You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez?
I'm Tran Heilostam. You must be Kim Kituragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, hypertext. Young Carp and the collection of cultural hyperlinks.
He's just making up fancy words. This doesn't mean anything.
Oh yes, so Mikhail. They had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago. So they didn't have windows on the south wall. No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers. Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this. But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this
man is your half-brother. You feel it. But why?
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building. What not a lot of people know is, this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt, which now sells ink cartridges most...
Hold on. What's R&D?
Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. You're probably more familiar with RTD. Research and...
Mea culpa. You are not familiar with that one either. This man is a bookhead. It looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart its stone and metal.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains. They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstadt. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve. Or should I say, they were developing an ace up their sleeve. It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building. An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution. Revolutionizing business machine, which is a feat of engineering, even today's giants, Rehm, ICN. Indeed.
The revolution!
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets. All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D. Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed in the war.
A pleasure wheel?
Perhaps reminded of a childhood memory. It's clear.
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but... Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, they used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases. The most notorious example being Le Décret de Mars. What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created Commune of Revachol. It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paid. Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word has it, they were very elegant. Exquisite. 10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Wompty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort, Oranje. It raised the same questions, and we had lengthy discussions with Paul Ockerman, who...
Wait, did he just say Wump? He did it. He said Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center. What the hell is a Wumpty Dumpty? This is all ninsy-pinsy garbage for sissy people.
The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center for Contemporary Arts. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ockerman, chose to... In fact, I'm not. The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market. But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile. Even one would be very useful. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionaries setting fire to the precious device. But so they did. Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report, who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. But of course, what else? I do have some money, yes, but that's not what's really important here.
He's not gonna give you money. What are you doing? Clearly you were just profiling.
Of course, Detective, I wouldn't have assumed anything else. Matter of fact, I don't know if you're familiar with this, but the Vespertine Department of Justice has published a rather... If not, then you definitely should. If not for tips and tricks, no, thanks to you.
You see, a once bright mural. The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in a thick layer of grime. They must have been like this for 40 years. Dripping water falls from a high place.
No, I won't even try. I had a partner once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things.
This partner of his, Eyes, things didn't end well. It saddens him to say his name. Don't he?
Well enough, actually. It's odd how that works. I'm no
Hello. Isn't this a fine... Sure. What's on your... But of course.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't been opened in a long while. You see a handle.
It's military. A service depot. The washerwoman mentioned a depot up the coast. She said it was for moving ammo and cargo across the bay. This might be it.
scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Correct. The density of the bullet holes is unusual, even in a general average bullet hole frequency in Martinez sense. Meaning, this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire. Something you don't see these days. The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, unable to piece together the big picture just now. The scattering of bullet holes looks like one giant smiling mouth. A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, unable to piece together the scattering of bullet holes looks like a scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Here we go. Nice and easy. No way out, little guys.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging.
Who's there? Oh, the police.
Is that the police? Why are the police here?
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it. To what do I owe the pleasure?
The lieutenant sighs at your flagrant massage. The cryptozoologist's companion says nothing, but nods approvingly in your direction.
Yeah, so that's what this is. Lena sent you. Can't say I blame her. We've been here for days. That darn water lock is broken, and we can't go under the 881. Oh, good. We should really be getting back.
Did he say we can go back?
Yes, Gary! We can go soon!
This is a man possessed, always on the brink of some breakthrough. He won't leave if there's a sliver of hope.
Sir,
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait. Then we're going.
For all his passion, this man is diligent and patient. You could learn things from him.
Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find, which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for. Good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, a ghost insect, it disguises itself, and I suspect it may have also developed other specialised techniques to protect itself from predators. It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defences that allow it to but I cannot describe how these defences work.
Yes, it makes perfect sense. You're beginning to suspect there's something paranatural about this phasmid.
I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid called the
Seems puny, to be honest.
typical rookie assumption. Insects are much more sophisticated. Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of my...
Would be glory itself.
Very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our... Not yet. That's what makes it a cryptid.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no...
I know it's real. By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid is more than mere superstition.
What would it be like to grasp and hold onto something you think is next to you, or just behind you, like a trace of vapor you exhaled one spring morning as a child?
Yes, the most recent sighting was by a... It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species, but with all the sewage runoff upstream, I have to resist the thought such an extraordinary creature is Yes, the females don't need males to reproduce. Makes it easier for a species to survive in adverse conditions. Nature does not concern herself with ethical propositions. As a scientist, my interest is strictly dispassionate. Well, they may not look impressive, but Lena designed them. Yes. Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls down the funnel. At least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution, but we didn't want to use locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course.
Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl and tumble over one another in a tiny...
They'll work, I assure you. The predatory hypothesis, using locusts as bait, accounts for the failure.
The traps do seem to be deftly and thoughtfully constructed. It's clear that cryptozoology...
Yes. What? I've just always liked animals and puzzles.
He seems reluctant to talk about himself, but he'll open up, if you prod a little.
It's not child's play, just because I have to traipse through the mud every so often. Real. I know you think one is a respectable profession, while the other is superstition. Everyone does. My methods do not differ from other scientists. I simply draw upon a wider variety of evidence.
Your nerve endings tell you there is no such thing as a positive surprise.
No, as I said, I have yet to catch a cryptid, although I have come close. Close everything from forgotten regional lore to newspaper accounts, like the one that brought us here, to look for the phasmid. I keep a very open mind. No, very few cryptids are ever discovered, and not for a lack of trying. To stay hidden is a cryptid's primary quality. It's even in the name, cryptid. Of the list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society of Chemnee, which is 4,082 items long, About 2,000 have been confirmed as hoaxes. 2 are categorized as confirmed discoveries. The rest are in differing stages of discovery, refutation, and data collection. Yes, the Chateau Quan forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate, and a cave salamander from Grad, who is, honestly, quite unremarkable. It's in a zoo somewhere. We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves. More so even than the public. With cryptids, most cryptids are hoaxes or they are never found. That does not mean we should stop searching. Indeed. If our expedition is successful, every paper in the world will report on it. From Revachol to Dushan.
The hair on your arms stand up. Electricity. Sounds like
Yes? Alright. What cryptids...
We would have to discuss. He wants to say, but decides against it. You need to ask him about specific cryptids. Cryptids you've heard about from Lena, or his friend Gary. He won't just talk.
Formerly the most dangerous, yes.
He doesn't want to make it feel like you knowing it is some big deal.
The most dangerous cryptid is a carnivorous ruminant, known colloquially as the dread moose. Yes, the dread moose subsists entirely on flesh. It has even been known to dig up fresh graves in search of sustenance. Human remains have been found deep in the forest, torn apart, just like an ordinary ardent moose. You can't. That's what makes it so dreadful and hard to identify.
Of course you do.
The bodies found in the forest are just one piece of physical evidence.
A detective. Pardon me, I did not wish to seek conflict. It's simple.
Understood, Lieutenant. That's impressive, I guess. But have you seen it with your own eyes? Remarkable. When? That's what I thought. You haven't actually seen. I fear this mindless barbarism.
It remains unclear what this has got to do with you seeing it, as he was inquiring before. He was just being defended.
Oh, everyone knows about that one. Thanks to Professor Mijanu being the talk of the town for...
A bit of jealousy there. He'd want that glory, truth be told.
Although, probably because her life ended as a result of her work in Gutler. No one remembers her contributions to the search for the Nong-Ok. Yes, probably. A willow person. It's a long story. One non-specialists would find rather... They're not people, really. Some argue they aren't really animals. They're very, very thin. Almost flat, in fact. And can camouflage themselves easily. Wrapping themselves around trees and blending. You probably have. Gary and I painted an entire grove's worth of trees in slow-drying paint. It was a bright lavender. After waiting in hiding for hours, I saw a figure slip. I chased it with a net. Not very elegant.
A lavender shadow.
I know you think we were snacking on funny mushrooms. It's easier to mock someone. Furthermore, I'm not... No offense, officer, but I'm... Me? By all means. By woman, you mean my wife, I assume? My wife understands that just as well as any...
Come on, Morale. We've been so...
And leave the traps.
Come on. She wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it. A verified sighting. Yes, that's how we first...
Needless to say, you must ask her.
Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian phasmid... No. The trap.
He's dead set on this. I could go for some trap setting.
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer. Yes, indeed. Both require a great deal of research. There are 4 in total. One is to the south, on this little peninsula. Another we set in Land's End, to the northeast. It's behind us. The third is set near the canal, where you crossed. By a you should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a...
That seems like a lot. Do we really have time for this? Is it?
If you think it's important, you have been right before.
Bring it to me at once. Just make sure the trap is closed tight. That's highly unlikely, officer. But in the event you do, it's made of musk and research chemicals. The pheromone should attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolting at the sight of you. It's quite potent. Will last you about a week.
This is the smell of dying reeds, of longing.
I hope you're not buying this. It dispenses it without letting you touch the canister, so it would be precious like...
It is precious. A single dose cost me 50 real to develop. Not that I expect you to understand.
Right. Which means you two can pack up and...
Whatever he thinks about this detour, it's clear...
Finally!
Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start breaking down.
Hello, I'm Gary. Yellow Man. I mean...
The lieutenant raises his eyebrows. Yellow Man. That sounds...
I'm just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect traps so we can return to civilization. I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come here. Oh, I didn't mean it in any scientific way.
Serious question time. This man is no innocent. No one is.
My mug? Why would you think that? I may have had a similar looking mug in the past. That's all. Okay, I admit it. I threw the mug away. You're not going to find me, are you? Whew. Thank you. You won't regret this. I don't know what got into me, really. Work has been stressful lately.
What did you do, Gary?
Nothing. Nothing.
Here we go. Start pumping that sweet info.
Officer, please. Let me explain. I was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes. Then I came out to clean up the rags because no... Okay. I was coming to...
Right. It was just civic duty.
Exactly. That's exactly what it was. I know a guy who works with the trash collection services. See it, so I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff. Garbage disposal is expensive as hell. The damn I'm sorry, okay? I thought I could cut costs.
Disgraced. No need for the histrionic, sir. It was, after all...
He studies his reaction. Gary doesn't answer.
Armor? No. I mean, yes. Of course. I know he was wearing armor, but I don't know anything about it. I hope I can help your investigation, in my small way. I told you everything I know, sir. I'm truly sorry for the mug. Not many Sealites here.
Do you remember how, when we met Measurehead and I said the next racist will be the really good one? Well, this is that racist.
Hey, man. All I meant was there are not many Sealites around here. I'm just stating a fact.
The lieutenant looks up.
Oh no. Nothing like that. Definitely not scheming. No. I helped Morel with research something.
What does he do then? This feels like a good opportunity to dominate.
Oh, this and that. Officer, I would never. I work as a special courier. You know. Oh, I don't know the contents, officer. Yes, officer? Always, I mean, officers.
Is he? He's looking comfortable enough. Maybe it was just beads. Sounded like beads. But what kind of beads might a man like Gary be hiding beneath his clothes?
Why would I do that, officer? But, officer, I'm not wearing any women's clothes.
It's the ledger you found. It takes about half. It would be. That's all you. Who knows? Don't worry. One day. Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. In the middle of the street. On the roof. On the hillside by them. Yes, they were leaving it. Cigarette butts. No, you didn't. Murder. Beaten to death by Joseph Mills didn't get off the pot. No. Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting... No, it's soot and water vapor. It doesn't do anything. Yeah, no one and Mills has no idea. See? You can't even read the thing without... Yeah, smoking hookah. Not much is...
Always a pleasure. I mean, officers.
Okay, he keeps...
Always a pleasure. I mean, officers.
That shirt looks very uncomfortable on him. Look at the buttons, barely keeping that thing together, as if something is ready to rip out from underneath. Yes, like a piece of ceramic armor, for example. One that makes a clicking sound when the plates meet each other.
I knew you'd figure it out, officer. I'm sorry I didn't tell you at once. I was ashamed of what I did. And I didn't want you to know.
This shame is surprisingly sincere.
Gary!
Later, Morale. I've got a pot.
No, you've got explaining to do.
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. So I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning up. All those rags on the ground, him swinging up there, and only the cuirass was left. So I stripped it off him. It was early in the morning. No one saw me. I took it with me.
It's okay. It was a loose end, and you...
I'm so fucking sorry I called you Yellow Man. Sealite officers commanded the suzerain's navy.
It's difficult to say what the lieutenant thinks of this historic apology. His face does not belie emotions.
Because I was weak.
The hell, Gary?
I'll explain later.
He sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass, but so light to hold, like a bag of cotton.
I always thought it was the Union. Some Union hardasses lynched him because of the strike. But almost everyone in... Yes, absolutely. I will never do anything like this again.
Our Canada.
The mother of humanism stands above you. The mother of humanism stands up. A jigsaw of broken shards falls into place in front of you. A ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window. Before it was shattered, there was unknown. The escutcheon on her throne says, Irene the Navigator. She is depicted as an older woman. Small figures of wise men, common men, worship. Below both women, in luminous black letters, and then along the left side, après le monde, la gré, après le gré, le monde de nouveau.
Death, life again. After the world, this exaltation is common in Dolorian sacralism. In the early years, it was even incorporated as the RCM slogan. It was deemed subservient to use a strongly moral intern-related motto. We already suspected of bootlicking. The sentence was also seen as justice, union, prudence, and force. You are brutal and done.
There is silence in the church. He wants there to be. The mother of humanism towers above you, a wax painting.
Yes, what is it?
That's one brutal motor carriage.
If I were a real skull now, I'd jack it, paint it in palm tree livery, then bottom light it.
A snazzy shit-ripped skullmobile like this would make a...
Yeah, try...
While I appreciate the interest you take in my brutal motor carriage, I have to stop you right there. The RCM takes threats directed at its property seriously.
It's just theoretical work, Copper. No basis in reality. Man, if we were certified skulls right now...
Was it a good idea on the lieutenant's part to get into this? Don't even answer that. Just leave. You can always come back later.
I can tell you who we're not, cop.
Which is not to say that the skulls are bitches and...
The part of this presentation you want to take home with you.
These skull people are more than an authority. They're deities.
You don't know? What kind of cop are you?
The question was rhetorical. The skull...
The nastiest bunch of psychos ever. Jacking carriages.
Possessing an infinite amount of fuck-all swagger, infamous for their...
If a skull spots you, he will pull out his dagger and stab you.
The lieutenant's voice is as calm as usual. A testament to the violence and death.
They usually occupy the burnt-out quarter in Jamrock. Or you can find them
I can't wait to become a skull. Bottom line...
No, they really aren't. It's porno tuning. Say no to the porno.
Oh yeah, Cindy's a right proper skull.
Yeah, a true artist of the future. Just like Arno van Eyck.
By the way, if you see Cindy, give her a...
Odd. There isn't a hint of hate in them. It's like they're piss and fuck the world out of some kind of moral obligation. The lieutenant on your left is unusually lenient toward them.
The Union does their share of policing in Martinez, at least where gangs are concerned. That's why...
Apart from the unions themselves...
Don't you worry about that. We're gonna...
Yeah, we are.
Oh man, yeah. We're not fucking kids, man.
Be wary of the abyss.
Probably because of how non-verbal their mode of operation is going to be. It's a threat. But I don't. In fact, I dislike them so much I'm willing to drag you boys back to the station just...
Hey, there's no need for that.
Yeah. Didn't you cops, have some questions about skulls or some shit? We're not franchise skulls. Well, not yet. Once we get our name out there, we'll have a chance to join them. Because we can be just as psycho and vicious.
But in a non-threatening and definitely legal way.
Right on, fuck. So what's happening now?
Murder? Yeah, sure. We'll gladly tell...
Also, he was hanged. He was hanged from a tree.
Yeah.
These punks don't know anything.
Hey! Stop right there! How does one know anything?
Fucking philosophy, man.
Like murder or wasting your life away.
What about them? Well, first off, it's a statement and not necessarily something that characterizes me as a person, even though the statement has character. And the word piss epitomizes the struggle taking place in the world. Things being defined as they seem, not as they are. And also, you've got to admit, it catches the eye. And since the Grand Pipe, what I mean by this is... we are all piss.
Like I said before, many men keep searching for the one. For so-called true love. To catch a fish, you'll need to hurl the lure many times. And even then, you get more fish in a shorter time. Because when one fucks everything, he fucks nothing.
Is it a coincidence that here we have 2 badass jackets and 2 badass cops?
Yes? What is? What are you implying? No, I don't. What are you implying? Neither. Fine, if only to end this discussion. Theoretically, if I were a juvenile delinquent, if I were to already be down that path, I think peace is the stronger of the two statements. Fine. Fuck the world just seemed to fit you more, considering your...
You always get to be the crazy one, right?
So are we done here? Or... You don't need us around for your secret whisper party, do you?
No, no, no. Don't ask anything. Be subtle and scary. The boys dream about being skulls. Use that. Suggest they're massive skulls. Come on.
What? No! Skulls don't have kings. I think. And we're not even in yet.
Yeah, man, keep your voice down. Skulls don't take it lightly when folks pretend to be them. We're not even prospects yet.
Wow, you boys are ambitious. Only prospects and already planning a coup in the skulls. You're destined to go far.
He gets it. Passive-aggressive flattery.
Shut the fuck up! Are you trying to get us killed?
Now bring it to the jackets and, yes, start shouting.
Please be quiet. What? What do you want? The jackets?
You got it. No need for cruelty.
Fuck you, man. Take them then. Oh, man. Okay. I get it. Skulls don't really wear slogans anyway. This was stupid.
Fuck.
The lieutenant watches the boys take their jackets off with mild amusement.
That's gallant of you, but I'm not wearing either jacket. This case doesn't require us to go undercover or raise hell. In fact, I don't think the jackets will be useful at all. I just wanted them to not have them anymore.
Cold-hearted cop.
The need will not...
The jackets are meant to complete each other. If a man was standing alone on a street corner with his written on his...
I don't know, Eric. It's cold out.
Yeah, let's get out of here. The cops fucked us.
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up? Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
No. Just no. This guy has amazing willpower. An old monument. The hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint, just like promised. You've stood here for what seems like eons, guzzling the sickly fumes of lorries and carriages. Patting the tree reveals a small sticker which has almost been worn to oblivion. It reads, "You tree-hugging." The gnarled hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint Lane. A wintry breeze blows by, making it like an immaculate. You just can't get it. The hawthorn tree is the pain. It is nothing. Revel in it. Absorb it. Yes, your pain.
Had enough assaulting my...
The gnarled hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint Lane.
Everything's still cool here, officer. Tapes? You mean like music tapes? Tapes? Tapes are everywhere. They're worthless. No one would ever throw a good pair of high-quality plastic sunglasses in the bushes.
To the west, dark brown ribbons. You should have a look. It's better than nothing.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
No need to dress this.
Oh, okay. But why, officer? Ah, yeah.
Are you trying to ask for a bribe? If so...
Sorry, detective. The shine on these sun...
Stylish shades, huh? They'd be even more stylish if you paid for them with net.
The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer.
No.
Oh, that visor is perfect for you, officer. It'll definitely keep the sun...
I hope not.
You don't like it? Sure, Square Joe. No problem. Let's get you some real shades.
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers triumph over them. They're the star of the show here.
No way, officer! These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low. Well, but see, if on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for little extra. 50 cents? No way! That's right, officer. You keep coming back. That's good, officer. Keep browsing those clothes. Keep saving that economy.
You find your...
Economical?
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed. Why? What's this? A headless man riding up.
Oh, that's the headless phone rider. The headless phone rider. It's an urban legend. About 50 cents. Bargain price. Did I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky? Always.
That was a very smooth salesman's grin that almost comes off as earnest. The boomboxes wait on the shelves, and your boombox. A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with the Coldima Madakwa. Sorry, I would never have guessed that you were that interested in ultrasonic sounds. Or birds, for that matter. Oh, I didn't mean to imply I once knew a group of young musicians who decided they didn't want to. This was before, you know. Cool or not, one of them was obsessed with recording the. We thought we did. We got together all these recordings of unusual. Unfortunately, I don't have any recordings from my old life.
Do we really have time for this?
This recording comes from down the coast. Keep in mind, I have to slow this one down enough to make sounds well over.
as the hum grows louder, modulating, but always, there's a growing sense of dread. The sound is coming from. He nods to you, reassuringly, just as more diverse, higher pitched
gulls and skewers. But
a low range of sounds is easier to handle with a focal point, but still troubling. You are mesmerized by the sounds, but also feel nausea welling up as the motif continues, then begins to recede, dissolving in what must be the sound of water lapping at the bank.
You know, now that I've listened to it on these new speakers, it's not the cold Mamadakwa. Wrong patterns, wrong photons. Probably some sure thing. Sure, man. Sure, let me have a look. Alright, let's see it. Oh, no, 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 no. I don't. Besides,
it feels like he would have accepted the risk if he hoped to profit from it. It's not greed, though. Deep down, he's a gambler, provided the stakes are sufficiently interesting.
oh, no. A photic path? Counter. Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time.
The speakers below are back.
Super cool!
The sneakers seem to vibrate in your hands.
The junk is yours, officer. Happy listening!
It is such a pleasure to see you again, officer. How may I help? Oh, sweet Jenny. She was the
Do not defile her memory.
His tone lacks its usual intensity, like he doesn't feel he has the right to speak on them.
We knew her, all right. Lee, she was René's first girl, back when the prick was 16.
And then you stole her from me.
Oh, officer. It already got ugly in
You stole her from me.
Well, technically, you stole her from me, because...
We were just boys then. No point starting this one.
She died of pneumonia too. René and I were both by her bedside.
Died. No use sugarcoating it. Won't bring her back, will it?
Departed. Until the very...
A quick grimace of pain passes over René's features, but he immediately regains control. His face now a dispassionate mask again.
She could never make up her mind about anything. What to have for breakfast, favorite. She was always leaving one of us for the other, but never long enough to actually get married. Heck, technically, we both...
You always confused her. Couldn't let us be happy.
He suddenly remembers.
Of course, officer. Memories are all we have left. Sure, officer. No, thank you. It is such a pleasure to see you again.
A man so principled about his sandwich calls for a... This right here is political.
What the hell are you talking about?
No time to bring him in.
I don't think that's gonna happen. Why would...
He won't kill, as long as there's food in his...
Good. René's on board too. Time to take back the streets. Right-wing populism. Here.
Now you are talking sense, son. All for...
Whatever you're selling there.
I'm actually already a member in a group tasked to keep the streets safe. You are too. We call ourselves the police. Are you sure? 'Cause right now, it looks like you are organizing...
What do you mean, officer?
Ignore him. You are addressing the entire group now.
Agreed. What about the whole group? I propose a pair de la Couronne, Swords of the Crown, in honor of my old unit.
Oh my God. Stop this scheming and just demand the sandwich.
It's dignified. We need dignity.
His tone leaves no room for arguments. Giving all...
All right, all right. I have a bad feeling about this. Oh, you went through all that trouble for my sandwich. I'm flattered, officer, but my answer is no. Now, how...
The purity of snow always reminds me of the purity of a man's soul. If there's nothing for you to understand here, it is not her death you are investigating. Revachol Fair of 91 in the fall. This was the happiest day of my life. Absolutely not. She died of pneumonia. I was 22 when I returned. I won her back. But
you were like a dark cloud sucking the...
Dark cloud?
Those days and memories...
The old soldier says, could it be guilt?
The purity of snow always reminds me of the purity.
As Rene turns from you to his partner and back, the medals on his chest rattle and glare. 2. The larger one is shaped like a cross, while the smaller medal resembles the sun. A crowned head in front of 2 crossed rifles. The medal hangs from a small blue star inside an orange sun. It has the word Valiance written below.
For bravery.
It's a conflicted topic for the old veteran. There must have been a number of controversial episodes in his service days.
For doing my duty in the heat of battle. For
He saved some muddy princeling who foolishly strolled into the front line in his gown of velvet and gold.
It was on the first months of the revolution here in Revachol. King Frisel thought he could end it all in one decisive strike. Alas, the young Drisson was all piss and no vinegar, wearing a tunic of purple velvet and cockatiel feathers to battle.
Purple velvet tunic.
To keep the long and bloody story short, Drisson marched us against the partisans in Coron. And when I say marched, I mean made us walk into The rebels were smart. They let us come real close before opening fire. Suffice to say, it was coward. I got shot in the left shoulder and went down. Just a flesh wound. Then his horse, driven mad by the noise and smell of gunpowder.
It's painful to even think of. Hang on to the story. Veterans get sentimental after such retellings. This might yield something useful.
I grabbed my sidearm and shot.
Capitaine Arnoux,
When I came to, it was all over. It was just me and Jolas Drisson, gurgling in the blood-soaked mud. The Dink had taken numerous flesh wounds and lost a lot of blood. But despite missing his jaw, he seemed hesitant to die. Tougher than he looked, that one. So I grabbed the Dink and started crawling. Kept going until the 59th Cavalry picked us up. Through some miracle, we both survived. And the joyless freak convinced Frisel to give me a medal for not leaving him to die in his own blood. Piece and shit. He was the commanding officer and I was on duty. Just doing my...
You sense he's downplaying it. He did a lot more than his duty. More... The old carabinier stand...
What Monseigneur Modesty is not telling you is that he crawled, and that even while crawling with mangled up...
Is that pride in his voice? It's deep down, but maybe even unbeknownst to the man himself. It's the...
Sorry, officer, but you're reading me all wrong. I'm a man of peace, and this kind... How did you find the story to be, officer? Maybe, but also be... Oh no, you have to get shot.
Do not speak of what you know nothing about, Poltroon. Bah! There were many such stories in those days.
Oh yes, René, yes.
I'm not getting into this.
You should try to come up with a heroic story of your own. Impress this old soldier. You finally made it, haven't you? Where did that man get such a cool jacket? Did he receive it upon graduating the Econ? You are very dangerous, my friend. Dangerous and cool.
The purity of snow always reminds me of the purity.
Unfortunate, unless you want to tell him how you took Kuno down. The decisiveness you exhibited in that situation would surely impress a man fond of order and discipline.
The 12-year-old junkie whose alcoholic father beats him? Why did you do that? Officer, this is unacceptable. If you don't have any more questions... The purity of...
Hello again, esteemed officer.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. There, on that balcony, do you see it? Straight into a bull ring with no prep talk. That's a pathetic-looking bull. Where are the sharpened? Artistos are known to repel wealth. It bounces off their skin like rubber. Nonsense. No one repels wealth. What you need to do is lure them in with a strong one-liner. Get them on your side before you've even finished a sentence. Show us what you've got. Pretend you're facing the Skull Girl. Holy moly. Are we being arrested here? What is this? A dating agency? Are you counterpoint? What if pleasure is your business? Jigga. Boring. It's polite. Mamma mia. If this isn't the time. It's a decent start. But you might need to change. Okay then.
Give me a moment. Ask away, policeman. The hell am I supposed to know?
She really doesn't like those nut jobs.
Some lunatic lost.
With how small these rooms are, wouldn't she mumbles some kind of a response?
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural? Oh, not only have you found my address, you've discovered my biggest secret. I'm a coal. It doesn't have to do anything at all. Nothing does. Like me. Right now, does anyone?
If there's pain about any particular home she's lost, she's buried it deep, fortified herself.
Shoot, Piggy. I don't believe it.
The bemusement in her voice doesn't fully mask genuine tenderness.
There'll never be skulls, but their hearts are in the right place. Fat chance, but you can still do your part to revitalize the neighborhood.
She throws you a conspiratorial glance, then presses her finger to her lips and
Have you noticed the quiet? Every so often, this place is a sepulchre. We'll paint it red. We bring the raucous. You bring the sirens. What's that? The piggy's looking to get into the art market with a snappy business pitch.
the lieutenant straightens his back. Relax. She stares at you, fearlessly, waiting for a response.
This little persona will grind you. The whole point of graffitio being on the street.
There has to be a way, but how does she make a living? How does she keep a roof over her head? It must be hard.
You call this a living? Look.
This place might be rotten, but at least it's hers.
So what, pig? You...
Nearby, a horse bark barrels through an alleyway that sits between two monstrous squats. No one walks down there anymore, but the nostrils of those who pass by.
Fuck out of here. Let's get...
Perfect. She isn't interested.
Your partner here gets it. Anything else I can not do for you?
Sure, she's all draped up.
Great. The little foray into the art world continues.
Blah, blah. I'm not...
Told you these. Turn it around. It's the seller who wields the power in this relationship.
Uh-oh, you're manipulating me. I do like a chance to rip off some stupid pigos. And I need a pack of cigarettes. And some paint. Okay, whatever, piggy. Time to leech off each other like the parasites we are. Let me see what I've got.
Even the lieutenant leans.
Here. Happy?
Remember, this is a buyer's market. You're the one who's in charge of pricing.
Signature? Oh yeah, pigster. I sneezed while holding a wet brush. Paint flecked onto the canvas, and voila! You don't get more signature than that. Art issue.
67,000.
Remember, this isn't about the art or the artist. This needless purchase implies your excessive wealth. She may antagonize you, but lowball her. The wretched are used to rolling with the punches.
That it? All right. It all helps.
Splendid. Your first physical asset. But no time to stop. Money grows old unless it keeps moving. You need... Nah. She'd probably send the entire Wild Pines legal team after you if and become a small-time... Doing business with communist dictatorships only works if you've got... There must be someone around here with heavy pockets and an interest in the local art. Tell you what, have a wander around and I'll let you... Yes, if you know what to listen for. I got some vibes from that container you moved with the crane in the harbor.
Look at us. Coming to an agreement. Anything else you want?
The aging alcoholic is still there. Silence. Only heat emanates from the sleeping body.
What is there to do? We could turn him. We could take him. They don't do...
The pile of blankets grunts.
Well...
The lieutenant. There's still plenty to be scared of here. Just not what you thought.
I think this man wants...
Prepare. His half-open eyes give him the look of a...
Look. He's trying to... I'm afraid it...
A groan.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Hold on. I've got Central Jamrock Public Library.
Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here. How can I help you?
He sounds worried, yet ready to assist.
Billy Majon, you said. Give me a moment, I'll have to check.
On Moreau Drive in Central Jamrock, in a darkened hall lit by orange desk lamps, far away from the noise outside.
Yes, hello, are you still there? I found Billy Majon's home address, is that alright?
They're too poor to have a phone line.
Here we go, sir. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33B, apartment number 20.
That's where the smoker on the balcony lives, isn't it?
It says here that they returned their last book just a few days ago. But, Marie, do you remember a reader named Billy Majon? They returned a Tybalt book the other day. Yes, it was my colleague Marie. She said that it was Billy's husband.
Good. You have a name now.
Marie knows Billy. She's been...
And then goes for a little drink later. On the lookout.
Sorry, no. Marie only knows him by sight. Marie! She said it was an older man. And that she's pretty sure he'd have... Sorry, Marie wasn't really paying any attention to that. Happy we could help.
Anything else you need from me? 57.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering. A weathered brown door. The lieutenant motions to you to go. This is the door. You already know it's...
Don't knock! Just leave! You don't need this! You don't need to sad it up!
You're right. Let's talk this through. We have our first preliminary identification. In all likelihood, the deceased is the husband of Billy Majon. We need to confirm. Now, delivering a death notification is never an easy task. There's a reason why it's often called the most stressful part of our job. This is why it's usually done in pairs. You got this. I'll be monitoring reactions, ready to act if necessary. Dead? Just don't say that you know how they feel.
Good advice. The lieutenant motions towards the door.
Hello? Who is it? The police. A moment, please give us a moment.
There's fear in her voice.
Come in, the door is open.
It's you from the bookstand. Did you come to bring my cockatoo back? I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Billy. Would you like something to drink? tea, lemonade? We're out of coffee.
The lieutenant has taken off his foggy glasses and is busy cleaning. He must feel vulnerable without his glasses. Is this why he's letting you take the lead?
Is this about Victor, my husband? Is he in some kind of trouble again? No, this is something much worse. Is he in a hospital? How bad is it?
Definitely no small talk. This isn't the time or place. It's like ripping off a bandage. The least painful way is to do it straight away, without stalling. You've done this before. Just keep your focus.
What did you say?
A great and terrible spike. The blood freezes in her veins.
Oh. Oh. But he was just...
But he was just here. Alive.
We understand this comes as a huge shock. I want you to know that me and my partner are here for you if you have any questions. Take your time, ma'am.
What happened to him? Was he drunk? I see. And you just found him there, lying in the cold. How long had he been there?
If you say 2 days maybe, it will be etched in her mind forever. She blinks, eyes welling up with tears, as her hand starts searching for something from the pockets of her dress. The handkerchief. A small, terrified smile quivers on her face as she takes the handkerchief and wipes away the tears. She looks disoriented.
Is there anyone we could call for you? A friend, a family member, someone who could be here for you?
No, no. I just need to tell my girls.
It burns like acid.
God. Should I call them? Should I tell them to come home?
No. A day.
Good. That's probably the right thing. Thank you. Just tell me, what do I need to do next? Where is he? Can I see him?
We've taken him to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange the funeral. Here's his number in case you want to contact him earlier. Is there anything else that the RCM could do for you?
No, I'll call you if something comes up. I'm still... Thank you. Thank you for telling me. I'll call if...
These are her last reserves of strength. Her muscles will give in.
We should step outside and talk. You did well. I'll call the station when we're finished with the day and let them know the name of the deceased. They'll manage.
They have to. It's not your place to live their lives.
Let's go.
gnarled hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles Lane. A wintry breeze blows by, making the neck with slow and deliberate motions. Pulling, it curls up into a mess inside your pocket. Maybe Roy from the pawn.
What's the tape for? How? It's broken and unspooled. Do you think your new buddy knows how to fix it? You could also get it fixed at the pawn shop across the street.
Good idea. He might have the tools. The tape project.
Hello, hello. You mean Reese Pooley? Yeah, I do, but I'm not some Mr. Fix-It. I'm a pawnbroker. If you want to pawn...
Just explain why you need this so much. He's bound to understand.
Huh? What do you mean? Yes, what about it? Is it any good? The music, I mean. Man, you're really invested in this. Okay, I'll help you out. It's going to take a moment, though.
You take some time to look around the store. The play of visuals all around the pawn shop is mesmerizing. Suddenly, Roy turns back to you with a reel of tape.
Yeah, my pleasure. I'll do what I can for true passion projects. Just try not to use this tape for negative photon emissions.
The boomboxes wait on the shelves.
Hi, gendarme. Another rendezvous. Hello, hello. So what brings you here? Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer? Really? Well, I look forward to that. Oh yes, let's see. He knocked on my door a few days after the lynching. I think he was going through the entire building. Asked nothing. That I didn't see anything. Why shouldn't he? What friend? No, I don't think it came up. Muscular, handsome, strong. Yes, but he was speaking to someone on his earpiece. Yes, you know those tiny, just reporting back whatever I was telling him. Oh, let me think. He had an accent. He sounded vaguely Oranese. Sure. Anything you did. And how did you like him? I told you, he can be very useful. I guess that's the charm of power. A visitor from the first world. He's not like to his opportunities in Occident, Sir Leclerc. Or is it just money? Friends, I told you. Sunday friends. That he won't be there when times get tough, I guess. It is. On Sundays. He has keys. And he likes the view. To the sea, I mean. What about me, gendarme? Bye-bye, gendarme. Hi again, gendarme.
Could he be a member of the homosex? Yes, this man is definitely one of the homos. This sexual thing seems interesting. Ask around.
The homosexual underground? Why, yes I am, officer. Why? Do you want to investigate? Oh, it's a pleasure group. A sub rosa pleasure group congregating in cellars under the cover of night. Saturday night. Sometimes even Friday night. Or Thursday night. Sometimes the congregating doesn't even end. It carries on into our daily life. Oh, we're ambitious. We want to destroy the last vestiges of meaning, the last things people in Rebishul have to hold on to. Everything will be constantly shifting and moving under our rule. The future will belong to a circus of identities just spinning around, surreal and unreal. You won't even know who you are. Yes, we listen to a lot of disco. Some say we are going to change the family unit with all this razzmatazz and finger dancing. And you can't just get into it. You have to be born into it. One is either already in the homosexual movement or forever excluded from it. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's exactly what we're looking for. I have to say that you do look like someone who might be part of the underground. You have that very distinctive, I can't understand what's going on here look. Do think about it, officer. Absolutely wonderful. Bye-bye, gendarme.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your aggressive? Listen.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. Look, a comedian. Do
Again, you find yourself looking at that big old window.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. A bullet, you say? That's mighty curious.
Indeed. Mighty. How did it get there?
Well, there are so many bullets in the world, and so many heads.
It's bound to happen again, you know? Just statistically speaking, of course.
Wow! He's got it in a real evidence bag and...
Why don't you go home and log it into evidence? These men have told you what happened.
You know what I think? I think he was shot in the head as a kid.
Around the bullet, man.
They're only pretending to enjoy this. Beneath the act, they don't like you knowing this.
Shit! I probably did shoot him. I was drunk last...
Yeah, Glenn likes to shoot his guns when he's drunk.
No, he meant before he was hanged.
Before? After? During?
Never been.
It's not like you blew it wide open, but there's a little crack in there, somewhere.
A witness? You ain't got shit. The locals...
That's just cop tactics, Titus. Next, he's gonna tell you one of us already rolled on the others.
Well,
He's not alarmed by the sudden appearance of a witness, but this goes without saying. But nonetheless, don't give out his name.
Yeah, right. Like we wouldn't know if...
I've seen this shit a million times, Titus. Fly fishing. They are desperate. Tell us, Copper, what wacky claims did he make?
It's you assholes that feel the need to go around like a fuck...
Yeah. It's like they put cowbells on you before they send you to the streets. What's with the cowbells, police?
Damn, they wormed their way out of it, somehow. Try something else if you can.
Vapor, huh?
For the record, which I have to type up later tonight.
Check out the stand-up comedians, the RCM.
Arab guy? Boss, I think he's trying.
Well, yeah. What is confusing you? Eugene, Theo, and Elaine were there too.
Those flaccid MI cocks with their culture language.
It means the whole scene was long and...
What is this fella's problem?
Shanky. It's Shanky, right? I thought there's something wrong about the lynching story. Now I know there was.
You don't know shit.
I know you are lying, Shanky.
You didn't break this wagon fort, but you did manage to rattle the people inside a bit.
Some witness. I pulled the same shit. Came up with some shit, then went and said it to...
You don't have to go to school for shit. I never went to school, and I'm doing great.
You're doing a hell of a job, man.
Okay, maybe it doesn't feel like this did anything to them, but they have to be fretting a little.
Yeah, by friends. You
wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
Nervous, snickering. There's a rush of adrenaline present. Titus did his best, but his men are a bit unsettled.
This is what happens if you take the law into your own hands. Other people start doing it too.
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are right fucking here.
You heard the man. Right here. We're armed. We got...
Yeah. A well-oiled murder machine.
The mood is on the rise. They're feeling confident, ready to punch out the whole Merc platoon.
So are the local gangs. The fucking Barmy Army and the Madre scum. You've been out there. Seen any around?
Yeah. Where are they now, huh? Sent back to Madre in an airtight cargo crate.
These people are trained military professionals. Special forces, as you said. They're not a gang or a Barmy army.
No, they're not. They're uncoordinated and drunk. We know more about them than you think. We got weapons of our own. We got Ister 50s, Zeelagers. Glenn's got a knock cannon at home. I guess we're gonna see, aren't we? Yeah, like you've been up against ceramic armor. You haven't even seen the whole suit, right? I've seen the whole big fucking surprise.
He's really prepped himself up for this. He has to.
What do you mean, okay? No, they won't. Get out of here.
He really doesn't like you ruffling their feathers like that.
All he means is that the situation...
No wonder you cops get shot to shit every day. Can't go to war with an attitude like that. Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
As you look around this room full of sweaty men, swearing, drinking, spitting out tobacco, Does this look familiar? You believe the place was called Precinct 41. It was also filled with, almost exclusively, men, sitting on desks, talking shit and wasting time.
Huh? You got a problem with beer?
Not quite there yet. Push on.
You saying we don't help people? I've been doing this job for...
They don't know, man. They weren't here. We had 3 shootings a week, kids dead, fucking graffito everywhere. You cops haven't shown...
Congratulations on the graffiti removal. All I see is you sitting around talking about Monica's titties, while there's...
So what? What do you want from me? We took care of that fuck.
Don't let him drink that. One more push. Just don't antagonize him. You have this already.
Titus?
She stops mid-sentence. That's it. You got him. He's going to give it up, but on his terms.
You wanna help her, cop? Fine. I'm gonna let you help her, but you treat her with respect. If you don't, if you question her, harass her, a freight train of pain, but...
What is her name?
Glacia. I'm on due. She's staying here at the Whirling in Rags.
Shit. The girl. The girl upstairs.
Oh, it's her! It's definitely her! It's Miss Oranje, disco dancer!
Yeah. Blonde. Tall. 2 rooms over from yours. Sure. Why not? You've probably seen her around.
You inexplicably add cool after the victim's name. With your eyes...
I don't understand what's so cool.
Nothing. We just have a few more questions.
It sounds like you're having a heart attack. Whatever you said, it couldn't have... Whatever you do not tell him you know her. That would sound off.
Relationship? There was no fucking...
Something is off here. His anger.
Was like that karaoke incident.
Okay, enough. All of this is irrelevant to your stated investigation.
He did it before we killed him. He's not gonna do it again. So what does it...
It would help if we...
All right. 2 weeks, maybe? I don't know.
Here you go, boss.
I know her.
How well...
Well enough, Copper. We partied. She's been here for a few months. You mean Revachol? Nah. Our Miss Oranje disco dancer is an immigrant.
Don't you give her any more trouble. Shut up, Angie. She doesn't...
Titus gives them... What's with all the silences? It's like these guys don't know how to feel about this. And what was up with the partying she and Titus did? It sounded fun.
What do you think I meant? Yeah, we did them. What's that? No, we just fucked. That's all. I'm not gonna give you any details if that's what you're after.
He really went out of his way to seem comfortable with this topic. That's all you're gonna get for now.
Remember what I said.
Officer, what was that? You looked strange when he mentioned the assault victim's name. Do you know that woman? Is there something I should know before we talk to her? Understood. You were not in good shape on Monday. Okay, that's manageable. Understood. It is. This would have been good to know before. It should have. Anything else? We'll be alright.
You feel fortified by his assurance. It's going...
I've got nothing to say to you.
Again, you find yourself looking at that big old window. Again, you find yourself looking at that big old window. Nothing. Just black tent.
Again? I can't...
I'm not getting...
It's not my style, he thinks, glancing at the man in sunglasses and the woman beside.
I'm going to say... God...
None of this. Okay. I was...
Yes? What precinct?
Am I from?
Fucking deranged lunatic.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again. Oh, you don't want to hear about some old woman's...
Reflexively,
Well, it was summer. I was building a racing track out of sand. I'm getting ahead of myself.
She'd just started forming memories.
The strangest moment of my life. I looked up and...
She had no fear.
I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched the thing. I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and high water.
Where did you go? Don't go.
I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys. That sort of thing. Of course, we were on our first date when I told him my story.
So that's how they met. This is beyond significant.
Our first. Yes. Not all of them, as far as I remember. Some of them. It's hard to say how big things are when you're quite small yourself. To me, it seemed to be taller than...
I thought it was...
But I don't believe it.
Of course. So how did you trying to tell us? You're welcome, sweetie.
And she could get up and walk right into the reeds on her own. Into the mud. Anywhere.
Goodness, how is he?
He's fine, ma'am. As we had...
Oh, yes, but I am so relieved to...
You haven't, however. There are dangers out there. Our aging bodies fail.
Hello again. My associates? I haven't got much to say about. Sorry. I just don't tell people about me. Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different. Oh, that. Go ahead. Sure. Contact my. Okay. It's supposed to accept that.
The floorboards are twisting. There will never, not in a million years.
Go ahead.
The large-headed youth.
Welcome to Rattleshall! Yeah!
Yeah! Remix time!
A hand on his ear.
Wow! Did you get this?
A great excitement is bubbling to the surface within him. This is...
Listen, I'm just going to... for the full assault!
Intriguing. The way I see it, Van Eyck based his remix on some famous original piece.
I think it's just happenstance. Chaos in action. Contingencies of our limited...
Noid's right. Egghead's technical talent. No. This is definitely part of the same song. Something mysterious is going on here.
Be how it may, if it fits, it fits! Bring up the...
What about the bass? Do you have any...
Yeah, I remember...
You can't just leave it without a bass track.
Yo, the...
Don't be too hard on yourself if you don't figure it out.
But it could be hyper hardcore!
Huh? I see you're here again. A sticker. You mean the yellow one? Can you describe it to me? So I can hear you do it. Sometimes the outside...
Noid, don't bother our guests with your...
Piss off, Andre.
You shouldn't talk like that.
Cool. The ban on foulness. That's... Anyhow, what was the sticker like? Good. What did you want to know? Yes, you're the 23rd person to get it right, and I've asked 23 people. Looks like it's a dead guy smiling to the entire human race. We're all the same. Same eyes. He defeated history. We are living in the age of history, and in the eyes of history. Present moment, and or maybe he's not dead.
Or drugged out of his mind, come to think of it.
Or drunk, or in a clinical coma. All glad to be dead. But those first... I guess one could write an entire treatise on the thing. Nah. You heard me.
Hi again. So, how are things going? And? What happened? Oh, man! Who is he? What did you think? Really? Huh. Interesting. What's he doing in the church?
No matter. Is he gonna be...
Yeah. Noid is right.
These guys will never catch him. You will never catch him. There's nothing to do.
I don't know, man. Doesn't it feel like a major hindrance to you? A spooky guy climbing around when all the guests are trying to have nice, friendly hyper time?
I guess it's not a
Everyone is welcome.
Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what about the other spooker? The one in Grandma's clothes? A programmer? That's odd. What was she like? Did you ask her about the nightclub? Come on, man. Who were you?
Feel the love! Get down and feel it!
You'll get there, believe me. Well, anyway, now that it's...
What a pity.
That's my favourite. A shame. What can we do now? Do you...
Unity! Down!
And you can't just evict her? Hell yeah! No Noid, no hammer. I'm sure there's a workaround. We can, like, make a deal. If that's okay with her, we only want to get in the church and...
The line's in the dark.
At least Crabman seems like an advanced being.
Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like Nordic dance music? Wonderful! If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think? Excellent! Good luck, my friend. Goodbye, officer.
Wow, so someone's been a little boring. Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought, I'll take them. Of course you do. Let's get right to it. My lord's copper type is regular comp. I'll let everyone know. I'll send out a telefax. Done and... Wow, so someone's...
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Okay, so the gist of it is, plus all in all, you really can't tell what that...
Goodbye, officer.
Hello again.
Hey, her Innocence Dolores Day liked little figurines, right? Liked old and little men. You have the headless Falcon Rider figurine. You should give it to her. Win her back. So very, very, very nifty. The mother of humanism stand. Why? That does seem to be a problem. Maybe you meant something else? I don't know. What are we thinking of? Only a strange... The mother of humanism.
Yes, what is it? I don't want to make anything work. Yes, anything.
It's not the anodic dance music that's made her bitter. It's the
That's right. If we couldn't get our Welkins to happen...
There's not a trace of irony in her voice. She means it. Easy. When her research is done, she can move out.
What? No, I don't really need any help with the project.
She thinks about it. A glassy look in her eyes. A gust of wind brings...
All right. Bring me the game's offside copy from my old workspace, if you really want to help. It's stored on a filament memory and I'm unable to... Yeah, that's the one. You can get in through the bookshop. You just have to do some explaining to the bookstore lady. Good. Then you might... In the giant ice bear fridge.
But you've been to the fridge and it wasn't there. There was a note saying...
Wait. A note from whom? Did it specify where they took the filament memory? Jawiza. Of course. Our project lead, Suliswov Jawiza. God, he was like it would have made a difference. The offside copy was perfectly safe when the data loss happened. And the heads... I won't even get into the heads. Millions of them. This is getting ridiculous. Can't you just defrost?
There's a solution, but she doesn't want to hand it over to you yet. It's a thing. Something she holds dear.
It's a backup of...
She's making it extra simple.
The backup itself is destroyed. The bookstore lady hates me. Says I'm part of the curse. Of course not. Anyway, I don't have my keys anymore because she's from Martinez. And people from Martinez have never ever seen a radio computer. She thinks it emits elemental evil. She literally started praying for the higher power.
The lieutenant coughed.
Once I came in one morning, only to find that my terminal was full of those strange trinkets. Thanks. And here's my Kvalsund multitool. You might need it to hack loose some ice.
It hurts a bit for her to say this. She's the legendary Kvalsund This glorious multi-tool makes a regular pry bar completely obsolete. An old door worn by elements. There's a trap in the reeds at your feet. Looks the reeds sway in the coastal. The wind picks up here, near the cape's end. Locusts are crawling around in the trap.
Big surprise. Anyway, 1 down, 3 to go. I meant no offense. Just...
Tequila Suns. It's you. We've met before. Don't you remember? Maybe.
Tequila sunset. Something ominous there.
Let me Hey, let's not jump ahead of her. You got here on word on this.
Oh yeah. The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
It was a late Saturday night.
Oh, yes, you do, but
One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage. Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anyway. Sounded like what we saw was a sight. The time! So, naturally, being the curious. The time hath come for tequila sunset. The end of all things. Yeah, looms.
The muscles in your right leg tense up. Your hands cramp on the...
We ran towards the ice whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in... When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. Recognizing a brother in need, we asked about the whole tequila sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now and insisted that we all call you that from then on. Yeah. I agree. Hours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, how they're beautiful and also whores and so...
Wow. That's quite...
Yeah. I bet tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct.
If you only knew.
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying...
Please, don't open that door.
No one's fucked me.
Abigail!
It seemed pretty painful. Beside your... In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too? You told us that they were a bunch of fucking
It's more like you were...
No specifics, though. Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit.
It's not meant as a joke. He's sorry.
Yeah, you seemed really... I'd rather not get into the details. It was pretty... You kept telling us that in your work you've seen a lot... I believe you mentioned something about the ground crap. It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right. What? It depends.
The gleam in his eyes and the slouch in his posture is so...
Booze! Did you already forget? So... Have you got anything for good old idiot Doom Spiral? No. Contrary to popular belief, I enjoy being alive. Classy.
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna...
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual. I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural incubator. I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm. 22 full-time employees. It did. With my... But now dreams are worn thin. One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys jangling in your...
He's right.
So I removed the key ring and put the keys for the front gate in the apartment. I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. Wet, okay? It was... I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on...
No, you don't.
Whatever. The point is, reality was looking right. So I made my way across the yard. standing in front. I wish I were, Tequila. I wish I were. Instead of, I rang my neighbor's buzzers. It was late, and people are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chat.
Heavy is the head.
Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks that day. And since... Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Tequila, I've thought about this series of events for a long...
Why didn't you go to the authority?
Well, at one point they came to me, but, you know, I can't say it increased my faith. The hobo lifestyle definitely... But that charm wears off pretty quickly. Before you know it, you're wearing a... Good fucking question, Tequila. I used to own my reality situation. My business... Now I can't hang on to anything. Just last week, I stole this...
You of all people should empathize with this. Perhaps this lost jacket is something you could help with?
My agency. Man. I was fine...
If it sounds like it makes no sense, that's because it doesn't.
I know. It was fucking awesome. What? You've never seen...
You really shouldn't touch it.
Pretty nice, huh?
Good God. It's nearly impossible to describe how dirty this... And then there's the smell.
Wow, you're
That's because your paws are fucking filthy, Rosie. My fellow members of the...
Hey!
Shut the fuck up.
I thought he was a cool cop.
A gurgling sound comes from the direction of the non-responsive man.
And yeah, you're already... Tequila, it's a verifiable tragedy. Say, you're a detective, right? Maybe you can help old Dooms... Nah, this isn't it. Found? That's medium concept stuff. Totally not my style. It's a big world out there, Tequila.
Hey, Doom Spiral.
Not on your fucking life, Rosemary. What's wrong with you people? Like I'd be... Tell you what, Tequila. Why don't you just hang on to that one?
At least you got a nice jacket for your troubles.
I do. But as you can see, my fuel tank is running quite low. If you catch my drift. Interesting. The tale... There are many...
Are you telling...
Shut the fuck...
The streets are warmed in the harbor's dark.
Our heroine finds herself enjoying the peace, and what she doesn't know is that her peace is about to be shattered. What? No. With no head on his shoulders. Wearing a found...
I thought that he rode a headless...
Well, there are many versions of this story, the most peculiar of which has the headless found rider. Yes. According to legend, young Gertrude Het may have been the first to witness the head...
Tell him about the two feminists by the lock.
Fuck, Rosemary, they were dating. No...
This wouldn't be the De Ponte Delgado.
What?
I've read the case file.
Right. Early autumn of 40. The wind picks up.
Two women stand on a small outcropping of rock.
The women are caught in the downpour. They act quickly.
Don't turn around. Don't.
When she sees something. But there is no lightning. Ula makes a run for the shore, but Eva slips. Her body is never recovered.
Naturally, Ula De Ponte became the prime suspect in the disappearance of Eva Delgado. During the investigation, it became apparent that there was a love triangle, the third party being some small-time business. No, she committed suicide before she could be taken into custody. Not a pretty...
Man, that's some grisly detail. Anyway, that's the story of the headless fowl. Well, Tequila, that's... Some say he was an undercover cop who blew...
Oh, headless brother, where are...
Others claim he was a professional jockey who veered off...
Even decapitation couldn't stop his commitment.
Personally, I think he was just some guy who... Coincidentally, at that exact moment, a horse happened to pass on...
For some reason, this does strike you as the most plausible theory of them all.
That would explain the tracksuit. Anyway, to each his own. You want to hear any other stories?
Hard to argue with.
That's the reality situation for... Yeah? Why don't you... I have to admit, that's pretty high concept. Still not... Yeah? Acid gnomes? Sounds like a... Yeah? Why don't you go... Giants? That the best you... Yeah? What? Damn right. No one...
He won't, though. Because it's just a stupid...
Aye. I saw him one night when I was right shit-faced.
I actually do have one. Do you have anything to fortify old Doom Spiral? Tell me, it's very hard to tell us.
Okay. I've been meaning to have a little chat with you. It's, well, a little eclectic, don't you think? How would you even describe what you're wearing? Well, I can't. Still, you might try branching out a little. You know the expression, the clothes make the man. The right outfit in the right situation can make all the difference. Let's not get ahead.
A warm.
Anyway, we should probably get back to the cave.
Uncle.
There's no...
The legend! He's back. And firstly, I got smokes and piss.
The waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards.
This is it. The scene of the party. The fire pit. Not as such. I'm talking about... Looks like they were here a while. Judging from all the bottles.
Looks like it. Hey, let's keep moving.
Somehow, he doesn't want to do it. A familiar apparatus lies among the reeds bend forlornly, the constant distance. This trap is
another empty trap. Always up for a good jug. Otherwise, would I still...
The reeds bend, the constant. This trap's not too hard to spot. Once behind you, when this district, nothing.
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we're done. I'm just...
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching... That patch of reeds over there, it's a great place to hide something. Kind of out of the way. Means nothing. Just a hunt. This is the last of the reeds by the abandoned campsite. It's good the cryptozoologists left. The later it gets, the colder. Remnants of the camp. The trap feels light and silent. No locust. No phasmid either. But still.
Well, the bait worked on something. This doesn't mean it was a reed monster, though. Unless you see one in there, I just see an empty trap. Right. Anyway.
Hello again.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you. Here, I want to give you a small token of my gratitude. It's a tie.
The little silvery knob holding the tie.
I couldn't possibly shower thanks on you as enthusiastically as my wife has, but I am grateful.
He tries to play it cool, remain professorial.
Hell no. I had no idea, and I'm still cross with thanks.
He's still glad his friend stood up for him.
Good. Okay. And? Completely empty?
Surprise, tempered with fear and trepidation.
No locusts?
That's not ideal, but I definitely left that one stocked.
Right from the campsite? Just me.
Of course, mocked.
You're dealing with a subject near and dear to their hearts. It might...
Yes, the Phantasmadeia picked off the locusts and escaped. This is good news, though we'll have to reconsider the design of the traps, make them more secure.
Another trip to the reeds.
Of course. Be sarcastic. Unless you have an alternative hypothesis you'd like to venture. Mine's actually, no. Excuse me for getting emotional. This is a big deal.
Heartfelt gratitude. But does it feel like closure? Some kind of foul...
Thank you, it's an honor. We should probably return to our main invitation.
Helping cryptozoologists isn't really a priority for our organization, is it? Consider the way the empty trap was disturbed. As though you should ask the red-headed boy, who...
A little hooligan.
Oh, my dear Morel. You've been an old man for too long. Kids love to torment insects almost as much as they love to torment old folks.
Delinquents, my favorite.
Oh, you've been such a dear to us.
Well, I see you've got all the help you need. I'll see you.
After this is your last chance to talk to Gary.
Really, Gary?
Lena, I'm sorry, but you're not getting anywhere. It was morale. It's been fun.
No need to apologize.
The first man to break formation is always a blow to leadership.
Always a pleasure to see an officer of the law. I mean, officers.
Necromancer pig? That shit was dark. Going in there like that. Oh, brutal shit. Kuno dies. You gonna pick one out of his brain like that too? Kuno's gonna go out in a hail of bullets. Gonna look like a fucking porcupine.
Porta Rosa, a side alley of the Boogie Street Spearhead. A young man in his early 20s approaches patrol officer Emile Mullins and asks for a cigarette. As Officer Mullins reaches in, the man shoots him point blank in his chest. Breathless, the patrol officer collapses in the gutter. His right bleed pig. Someone opens a window and says, but Emile cannot see who. His sight grows dim with pain.
Yeah. No, Kuno doesn't give a fuck.
Oh my god, I told you that shit is now.
Shut up.
Now they're gonna take you to.
She sounds like she's about to cry, out of disappointment at Kuno's newfound lameness.
Deny everything, Kuno.
Kuno's not gonna say anything without him.
There's definitely something going on here. Remember his pig's head shack? You should check it out.
Kuno does.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. Heavy workers' boots with Isn't this something an industrial worker would wear?
Noted.
8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud. Where else have we seen a gang of men in work boots? That's 1. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 46. Just like Titus was wearing in his boot. 2. Standard work. 3. Hobnailed. 4. Standard work. 5. Another 6. Light as air. Same make of boot. But no. 7. The glowing outline of 8. Another standard work boot. Number 44. There's
7 sets of tracks, right? The Hardy Boys were here. That's all? Interesting.
A leader like Titus doesn't let one of his guys out of sight easily, especially at a time like this.
I'm guessing that's the skinny Hardy Boy. The one with his front teeth missing. Yes, well, he did look a bit like a rat, you're right. I could still be wrong, but I'm 200. This could be the
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
Probably yes. Is there anything else that's not worth hearing? Interesting. Let's name it the old...
Oh, this one's easy. Way too easy. It's a driver.
With a piece of sandpaper glued to the throttle. Which means that the missing lady driver was also present at the lynching? That's it. She's the old soul. Now we know who's the missing 8th person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his boys could also be involved in the drug operation? You're right. But we should still go and see what Titus Hardy has got to say on the matter. This might throw them off, work in our advantage. A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame provided.
It is not
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Havashol. 7 days
Correct again. Sub-Zero.
What do I think? A mob of people brought something. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a...
Indeed.
But we know the victim had a bullet in his head. A more precise way to put it is, it was made to look like a lynching. Exactly. They had...
All around you, the hisses and chirps of locusts fill the musky air.
Well, detective, it appears you of the locusts. For the missing locust case, which is a sub-case of the imaginary insect case. So at least that's going well. Yes. I feel we are nearing a real breakthrough. If anything, the presence of the locust points to the opposite. But what do I know?
Use your powers of deduction. You knew the magic bug was nowhere near here. The phasmid is...
I'll let you handle the Kuno.
Fuck does Kuno care? Yeah. Kuno took the bugs, so what?
So it wasn't the phasmid. A wave of disappointment washes over you.
It's not Bugtown. It's the city of locusts. Locusts aren't just bug shit. Stop! You stop. It's like their fucking night. Locust City.
The girl forces herself to watch again. The lameness is causing her physical pain. The damage may be permanent.
Kuno, the pig wants to help you. Oh, that's how lame it...
An artist? Maybe I am an artist. You hear that, everyone? I'm a fucking artist now.
Oh my god, Kuno! He's gonna make you totally lame in, like, 3 seconds. Don't let him, Kuno.
Yo, fuck you, see? Kuno can be what Kuno wants to be. Kuno's his own man. Kuno's free. Kuno made himself into Kuno. Kuno can make himself into anything. Kuno can make himself into a pig if he wants. Kuno can make himself into a... Kuno doesn't give a sh...
Don't make yourself into a pig, Kuno. You'll have to take...
So that's what this is about.
I don't believe you.
For once, the boy is lost for words. He used this momentary confusion to take control of the situation.
I don't give a shit. I don't need the locusts anyway. Shit is all lame now.
The girl's face appears again, above the fence. Just long enough.
It don't mean anything. It's shit. Kuno just like pig. You really shouldn't have fucked with Kuno City. Now it's all fucking lame. Kuno's gonna let the fucking locusts die. The fuck are they trying to catch anyway? With the traps?
He recognizes the name.
Bitches think Kuno doesn't know shit. The fuck out of here.
There's silence between the two children. They're not saying.
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't.
Hello, officer. So it was just a child.
Thank you for telling us, sweetie. This is...
Yeah, you're right. We just need to...
He has a 38-degree fever.
Darling, I told you to take...
You're right, you're right. We can come back.
There won't be a next season. Not for this. Find a phasmid or admit defeat, people.
You can? Fine.
Really? It's too much, officer.
What Morel means is...
Here's a fresh batch of locusts. They should slide right down the funnel. And thank you again.
Wow. Co-discovery. You'd be famous. This would show them all. We need to get you on that list of discovery.
Still here, stuck in this damn...
Looking for something?
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on...
Don't think so. Suddenly, this feels like a really, really bad idea. Silence. He takes the hard as a stone. You see dead flesh in colorful rivers of
fucking loincloths. Really did him in. Yeah.
He's clenching his teeth. There is such...
What it means. I can tell you what this one means. Only one. You want to hear what happened here? Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the... He spent a month behind enemy lines, scouting kept villages. Nothing but fucking bugs and snakes for fun.
With some strange emotion. This is about to get really graphic.
Our boy. He's only a captain then, but he knows how. At dawn, he comes upon two kids, breeding in the bushes by the river. Or maybe they weren't. We shot the boy. He was useless, but the girl, she was nice. A little fat. She was quite the entertainment. For the week she lasted, expired in the hands of Sarge Mason. God. Mason couldn't let go. Cut the tits. Drowned in a creek a week later.
Something stirs in you. The story must have stirred up some conflicting emotions. The man looks tired for a second. There's a word on the tip of your tongue. Colorless. Odorless. It's...
You bet it was. It's just nature. This guy, he used to say evil is when nature and spirit meet in the wrong place. No, I was in the domain, in Jamrock, being a bouncer. Fucking mask is getting sweaty. I want to take my mask off. But...
He's under orders, and orders are orders.
Go ahead. All right, now. Freak!
On the photo in your hands, the dead man's skin is studded with stars.
Free flow of commerce!
Don't talk to him any longer. Just leave, please.
Fucking bug. How about you fuck off?
Okay, of course.
There could be weapons aiming at us right now. Somewhere above, in the buildings. The man's breathing steadies. It's hard to do that when you want to beat a man into a pulp. The tear machine stands. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a... Do you know what you should do with that money? The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says,
No. You need tear to use the tear.
Now it's turning into a kind of a...
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream. Ice groans and howls. Darkness lies inside, but you can faintly make out. Disappointment washes over you as you stare in. You gently lift the cube from its...
We should take it back to Miss Lukanen killed as soon...
Yes, but aren't you curious to know what's on the precious filament? Tiles on the cube are like a smooth draw. The filament slides into place. On the speaker comes to life.
Good evening, please repeat. Is this the good? Please. No, that's not it.
What does she mean? That's not it. What's the password then?
Receive.
Don't worry.
Fortress X. Thank you.
Tiles on the cube are still the filaments.
Yes, what is it? Yes? Thanks. Looks like it's the one. Now I'm going to print it out to see what's left of it.
Wait, no. That's dangerous. She shouldn't do it.
No, it's not dangerous. I have a theory. Lintel was able to divine the anomaly's location from this watch. What?
The paper starts filling out with ink, soaking it. This is wrong. Cold sweat trickles down your spine. This is spooky as hell. Sona doesn't reply.
Here. I found it. Hold on. Shh. Just give me a second.
I've never witnessed a programmer work before.
Done. I've got it. I found the location of the anomaly. I found the coordinates.
She's beaming. You can. Great job.
Thank you. There. In the swallow. Think you can help me again? I need you to go move those water bolts for me.
You like moving things around.
Just walk over to the circle and follow my instructions. Move the third bolt 2 centimeters to the left, and the fourth bolt 5 centimeters to the right. This should do the trick. Thanks.
It's awfully silent again. Measurements have been marked down. Oh boy, this is going to be good. It moves like a ghost without creating a single trace of sound. Some water spills out of the lead programmer sends you an time to run back, or maybe walk.
Yes, what is it? Great. Everything should be aligned now.
Miss Know-It-All is hesitating.
Yeah. Nothing. Now the only thing, if we got the location right, we should then be able to hear whatever sound this anomaly makes. Honestly, I'm a little scared. I don't know. That's what I'm scared of. I mean, what sound does the nothing make? How can you even listen to... What if silence is only what surrounds it, but the swallow itself is... I don't know. I'm just scared. Maybe it's going to be something... Maybe I'm just tired. Yeah, you're right. Let's do it.
The lieutenant, and then nothing happens. As Sona Lokanen, she doesn't answer. Her eyes close.
Damn it. No, of course not.
Despite her fear, she was hoping.
No. My hypothesis was wrong. According to this is just another failure. You can try on the headphones. See if you can hear it.
Silence is silence? This can't be it. You should have a listen.
Yes, what is it?
All you hear is your own breathing. Heavy and hoarse, but there has to be ghosts. When was the last time?
Well, did you hear anything? Yeah.
The lieutenant looks down. Maybe the speed freaks can help you with this. Go talk with Andre. Winter, slow to let go of Revachol. Flex, the snow falls lazily, making the beach sand paler still. And to think, the melting snow seeps through. More, the waters no more below the old, where the Philippian, yes, children under, after the more, did someone say, view all around her, white snow on the extinguished coke furnace, layer upon someone stuffed a big, more coalition aerostatics. The raised was once a park. The pox is heavy, a line of motor around you. The snow, the stairs, snow, all of this. A chill comes over the abandoned church, a serpentine strip of the remain further out. Then, and at the farthest reaches, the canal you crossed, someone is scraping snow like all a fenced-off yard.
We should keep moving. Who knows when the snow will let up.
Hi again. So, how are things going? Yes? What's the deal? What kind of a hitch? An audio shortfall, you say? Guess what? We got speak.
They've got one speaker. One. Uno.
We've got some serious range on this baby. It'll blast her shoes off. Believe me. Yes? What? Oh yeah, that's a meteor and name, you know, of Meteo. Meteo, a country. Come to think of it, I've never... Yes? Yes.
He nods enthusiastically.
Goodbye, officer.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can...
The boomboxes wait on the...
And here you are.
Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an impressive... Oh yeah, the print depicts a muscled man striding toward you. A giant sword in each smells like worn cotton with a side of flea.
Sniffing is okay.
You're not imagining it. Photon emissions?
Hell yeah, man. I don't usually carry printed teeth. A fan? No, I wouldn't go there. Most people don't think that the man from... I mean, even if the man from...
Okay.
You sound skeptic. Besides...
Very, very unique. And stop talking about this
Too red.
That's dirt cheap.
But why? I suppose that makes sense, yes.
Yes, what is it? Yes, what is it?
Still nothing. Sauna isn't even looking at you.
Yes, what is it?
Everything disappears. You are draped in silence like a drowning man staring into his puny little headspace. And then the pressure changes. It feels like flying on an aerostatic, or when your ears pop, or like a subtle difference in the atmosphere, a weather change hanging in the air. What if the sound you're looking for is too low for you to hear it?
A better sound system? Alright, but where would we get one?
Suddenly, a rhythmic beat permeates the wall.
They should really allocate some renovation funds to this place.
No. What they really should do is shut down the disco men for disturbing You mean the speed freaks? Of course, the speed freaks. They have a fantastic sound system. I guess I could live through a week or two.
Brilliant negotiating there, detective.
Sure. Let me know how it...
Hi again. So, how are things going? Yes. What? The what now? Oh, I have a major sinus infection. Stuffy nose. We all do. Yes, that's...
Nosafed is the shit.
Yes. What? The what now? Oh, I have a major sinus infection. Yes.
Nosafed.
Sure. Here you go, officer. The noser. Blast away.
He nods enthusiastically, no doubt a little relieved.
Goodbye, officer. Hi again. So, how are things going?
A number of things don't add.
What things?
He senses something is wrong.
Fuck, man. It's difficult to get along with some people, but we try. I have no idea how you arrived at that conclusion, but it...
One speaker. They have one speaker.
What do you mean, friend? It's a one-speaker system. It's monodynamic. You wouldn't know the first thing about sound reproduction in anodic music. Other speaker. What do you know about spinning tape? Nothing.
He said it was for his nose. What more do you want? And of all cellular-based life.
No shit. That's... Come on, that's... I meant to say, not true. What do you mean?
There's resignation in his voice. The optimal way to go about this would be indifference. It begins by you telling him you don't care about any of this.
Really? You wanted to just ask me about something else?
He thinks for a moment, then opens.
Things are just way too hard for an entrepreneur in this city. It's not like we're not gonna turn the... Because we are! We just gotta turn it into a speed lab first.
You know, to get our foot in the door.
Like I told you, spooky arseholes moved in while I was getting all this stuff together. A month ago, the place was empty. No, man. They're spooky, all right. It's just that they were... But the sign was way off too. So?
This is it. Judgment time.
Come on, man.
The young man doesn't.
No. Yes, fucking way.
Without a word, the other speaks. The disdain is palpable. His eyes pierce you.
Yeah! I knew it. It's impossible now.
No, Andre, it's harder now. This hard cop has come to show us how much the fish is, and the fish is always so much more. We all know there was never going to be a club for... There needs to be a club for Nordic music. We need a win, Andre. I promise.
This will be nothing. You can hear the ice crack underneath you. Outside, the last century waterfront development is crumbling in the wind.
What? Okay, we'll do a straight club up in there, spinning.
From here on, it'll be straight all the way.
Goodbye, officer. Hi again. So, yes? What's the deal? We are grateful, Copman. You're an... That's fine. And you're still sure about keeping our little side business, right? Fine. We can make do. It's going to take us a bit to move our stuff inside. A couple...
Yes, what is it?
What? What did you say? I can't hear you! The music is too... Oh, the project! It's not... There's that guy! I need him to plug a 3.5 cable into the auxiliary input so that I can route the audio... Egghead! He doesn't listen to me! He only ever seems to care about banks! Maybe you let me know how it goes!
Yeah, it's all set up, man. Ecstatic vibration. Now, the only thing left to do is the name of the club. Will you do the honors, detective?
Yeko Qatar! Yeko...
Yeko Qatar, the zone of ecological...
Hardcore!
No, it has to be bigger than hardcore. Yes, it has to be even bigger than hardcore to the mega. It has to be bigger than the set.
I wouldn't.
An underground place with no name? Sounds like...
We're not going with anything.
Why not?
I don't care. I don't like the Crabman, and I don't like his idea.
The name.
Andre's overthinking.
Yes. Noid's right. You've helped...
How about something simple?
Too modern. And too ironic. We don't want ironic. We want real. Real the amnesia.
Like the... I can't remember the name.
Amnesia! It's not amnesia, guys.
I don't.
Good. We have too many opinions anyway.
You have? Well, what's the name?
Like that DeLorean word.
But Disco Elysium? Isn't it?
The past is the future.
No, it's beautiful.
And short.
It's settled then. Everyone welcome to...
Andre breaks into frenzied dance-like motion. You should go with the flow. Join in on the experience. It feels good. It feels right. But what is this? What is this thing that Andre is doing with his limbs?
I'm dancing! Yes, my man!
Talk? What is there to talk of? Audio waves thump against your ribcage. The speaker setup makes everything sound much better, but the beat is still so weak.
It's to express my individuality. Of course it is. Maybe it was a bad idea. Anyway, goodbye, officer.
DeLorean chap!
Vibration a hawthorn tree. He stands on stage. The other real deck is empty. Cables wrapped.
Yeah! But the first page to the mega! Yeah! I can route it through auxiliary. Oh, she uses 3.5. Yeah.
Oh no, we're good.
Don't worry, I have an adapter for it right here. Hang on. This is a 4.5. We're all good, people!
Whoa, thank God.
Great! Someone got through to him. Okay, let's get it up.
Everybody! Everybody! Don't... The honor will be back, but we're...
Yes, what is it?
Okay, but think you can ask him to turn the volume down a...
Maximum! Maximum is...
I know,
Pump it to the brim!
Glue style? Okay.
See? He pumps it to the hard master. It's hopeless. Because...
Content!
Of course it is.
Yeah!
Never mind then. Let's get on with our project. I'm going to unmute...
Egghead pumps his hand up in the air.
Born ready. Ready.
I'm ready if you two are detectives.
The lieutenant nods stoically. Suddenly, your palms are sweaty. There's tightness in your chest. Anxiety.
What?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mute disengaged.
No wind outside. No wave. The woman looks around. In the silence, you see dust. In the silence, a low hum starts creeping up your spine. It's a song inside you. Not in the speakers. Not in the room. A great bass sigh in the basement of your mind. Slowly, it builds until the air around you starts to vibrate. It's out there now. In the world. Made, it will devour floorboards, the glass.
Guys, what's going on?
This fragile world is about to...
It's getting louder.
Hosiana! Mother of Mega!
In his mind, a tidal wave approaching from afar, swallowing entire coast. He's peaking, the worst high he's ever been on.
The beauty and the beat! The future of dance! Planetary!
No, Egg! It's the window!
In the corner of your eye, the lieutenant steps aside.
The window is going to come down. No, the roof!
Come down to us!
Below it, all the bass grows. Like the jaws of a giant compressor, a great pulse arises.
That's it. I'm muting it.
Oh!
Shit! It doesn't stop. A seal? Have you?
Yes, I've turned it off. Andre, pull the compressor!
Fuck! I can't shut it up. The signal's...
In the mixing desk now. But this is it. A great roar. The vault of the roof twists above you. Glass shatters, but then it stops. Totally and utterly. As if there never was a sound. Only your ears still ring from the shock.
Egg.
I pulled the plug. It was...
You did good, Egg. Most of the place seems to be intact. Fucking hell. Programmer lady, tell me you were
4 years. 22 people.
Yeah, but did you record it though?
Yes, Andre. I recorded it. Thank you all for doing this. Eggman, you too. And you, officer. I don't know what we've discovered, But I know what it sounds like.
It was very hard not to. I think you're right. There is something.
I promise, officer. We will not play it again. It was mathematical information from the anomaly. I have no idea.
A voice seems muffled in the silent church. It's your ears adjusting after the exposure.
Yes, our lead designer. And maybe...
That it wasn't her fault.
They need to hear about this. Stay here. I'm going to stay here with these lunatics. Send letters, maybe meet Sulispov. Also devise further measurements.
I want you to know that's totally...
I don't care, but now, I have a theory to come up.
Yes, and we have to get back to stabilizing Martinez.
Some tiny hard thing lets go in your... You have an explanation for all this. Somewhere deep in you. You just don't have the pieces yet.
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you. Goodbye, officer. Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you.
You close your eyes and vacate your skull, leaving your brain to wonder.
Total darkness. Here it will begin. Who fucking cares? God, where is your God? Oh, don't worry. The music's still there. Nothing. Just the immaculate...
I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Every vertebrae in your spine is an unformed to rule the world. In the spinal cord!
Good. Because from what I can see...
Foolhardy, do you even know what...
With your eyes still closed, the first thing you feel, all the way back in the pivoting darkness of your own torso, is warmth. You have become a triumph of rhythmoplastics, somewhere in a smelly wooden church on the coast of Revachol. The wounds from the war you waged on your body are healing, twist by twist, turn by turn. You have become a flawless interlocking mechanism, a flesh and bone approximation of the throb coming from the speaker setup of the one called Eggheads, entirely, rigidly imbecilic, without pity.
Oh my god! No way!
With his reel-to-reel mixer blasting the anthem of a future that will never come, the young man he throws a screwdriver and a bunch of drill chucks into the corner and explodes into dance. What he lacks in sharpness, he more than makes up for in violent enthusiasm. The young man immediately bounces up and down, then assumes the same dance pattern. The authority of the law is clearly unquestionable. The young woman lifts her headphones up slightly.
Asil? Aren't you going to dance?
No, recording.
The lead programmer throws the other young woman a knowing glance. She's still at her mainframe, pressing buttons, reading printouts. But she started nodding it.
What's going on here? Delinquent.
The lieutenant squeezes the bridge of his nose. The light reflects off his... He's having trouble adjusting to the new...
What's happening? Good for you. Rock on, then. What?
Who's the one in charge? You are.
Are you kidding me? Get my what on?
Sheesh, okay.
Okay, you psychopath. I see what you're doing there. It's jacked up footwork, plus is that Ubi folk dancing? Nah, it's not Ubi folk. It's hardcore.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh yeah? I did 15 years in the juvenile crime unit. I can do age inappropriate. Now, check this shit out.
The lieutenant begins to heel kick the church floor with such intensity, it's reasonable to fear he'll kick a hole right through it, causing the floor to crack and the pillars to collapse, bringing the church roof down on all of you. It doesn't look like he'd give a shit either. The dynamic motion of your flailing body is bordering on the extreme. You're going off the chart. You feel as if turning on the hyperdrive will be a point of no return. Feels almost melancholy. Are you sure you have the entire posse along for this?
Here we go again! Hardcore filthy air! The sound above my hair!
What now? The sound above...
Above my head!
Okay, this is too imbecile. Excuse me.
On the coast of the Martinez Inlet, in a small weather-beaten stave church built 380 years ago by settlers from the Occident, most likely to guard against an anomaly at its center, an officer of the RCM is contorting his body into idiotically rigid shapes as he invents the future of dance music. It's the hardest anyone has ever danced.
I am La Revacholière. I am the city. I am a fragment of the world spirit, the genius Loki of Revachol. My heart is the wind corridor. The bottom of my hair is red. I have 100,000 luminous arms. Come morning, I carry industrial dust and let it settle on tree leaves. I shake the dust from those leaves and onto your coat. I've seen you. I've seen you. I've seen you with her. And I've seen you without her. I've seen you on the crescent of the hill. The modulations of my voice are noted down with thermometers and barometers. You feel me in your nostrils, on the little hairs on the back of your neck. I also reside in your lungs and vestigial organs. You are an officer of the citizens' militia, Jante and Rebut. When you wear your coat, you wear my soul. You move through my streets freely, in motor carriages and on foot. You have access to the hidden places. You also circulate among those who are hidden. I need you. You can keep me on this earth. Be vigilant. I love you.
An officer of the RCM is lying on the floor of a small church with his eyes rolled back.
Had a good rest there?
Fuck yeah! I bet you did. Those were some advanced moves, man.
That's all great, but we should really get going. We spent enough time doing aerobic exercise for...
You might be imagining it, but it feels like Egghead turned the volume down. Such is his respect.
Man! Now, man! Now imagine if we could do that, right? But with like 1,000 people.
End of human development. Mission complete.
Hope I remember those moves, man.
Don't worry, man. Oh.
Yes?
Oh, the god of dance is back. Goodbye, officer.
She's whistling a melody. Her trusty
Hey there. I've been recording some new audio from all these beams and rafters, but that's not really what I wanted to talk about. I wanted for getting me and my friends in here. And we even found some new associates, such as they are. Good, I think. Noid is getting a read on the place. I think he finds the Sauna, the programmer. Sure. You helped us out. I can repay. Ah, she's a bit odd. I have to. But earlier today, she told me about. Oh, the crab man. Still gives me the creeps the way he moves. I just tried to stay away from the crab man. But he talks to Noid. They say beats me. Noid said they get along somehow. They're both crazy enough, I guess. Who knows? He doesn't really answer our questions, see? Not that it's easy to ask them. Who do you want to know about? Andre? He's a cool guy. He takes care of shit. Sorry. I mean, he's got a vision. For what life should be, you know? He tries to push things until nothing. But then again, there's nothing. Must have taken it as a sign when he found it abandoned like that. Said it was an. I've never seen him so psyched about anything though. And he's often psyched. Looks sort of desperate, like it's his last. I mean, not that he does drugs, just high, you know. Yes. Anyway, yes. Who do you want to know about? He's a four-burger, I guess, like the rest of us. Okay, maybe not Egg, I don't know about him, but Noid and the rest are from four. He's real hardcore about the lifestyle. What do you mean, do? Like, for a living? He's a carpenter, trained and all. He's very good, he abides by the hardcore, sir. You would have to ask him yourself. Sir, I abide by...
A strange feeling. Every now and then, something feels off about the way she speaks. She doesn't change tone, but you feel as though there's more about her.
It's just something poor Fallberg kids do every spring. To pass the time, we walk the entire length of Boogie. I don't know, man. Have you been down Boogie Street? It's a little bewildering. No? Okay. Then you should go and take a look, I guess. Boogie Street is cool. It's got a lot of immigrants and all kinds of different people. Yeah. I hope you do. Who do you want to know about? What do you mean? Oh, that. He's the party boy. And Nordic music doesn't really do vocals in the traditional sense. Vocals are thought of as rock. That's to say they're a bit backward. No offence if you like rock music though. Rock music's cool by me. Anyway, even if you don't have vocals, you still need someone to say something every now and then. He basically just stands on the stage and dances and yells how awesome everything is.
I understand. People are usually afraid to do things if others aren't already doing them. Anyway. Yes, I suppose we did. Tore it to pieces.
What do you want to know? Actually, we don't know where he's from. Or who he is, really. One time we were out partying somewhere in backwater Forburg. Egg was yelling along to some jam someone was spinning, all night long. Just kept yelling until he didn't have a shred of voice left. When the sun came up over the mic, Egg came with us. He made this wheezing puppy dog sound all the way back. It was definitely Coal City, because it took us 2 days to walk back to the fort. He just wheezed up. People were sweet.
You can see it must have been a great night. You wish you'd been there.
Who do you want to know about? Me? Again? I told you, I'm a...
There's that phrase again. Really reminds you of.
It means I don't answer questions about myself. All right. There is. Is there a law that would...
That would depend on the circumstances.
Thank you. Sure. Hardcop.
O pasaro de agint. It's what the Zemoyaki, the Gradian community in Revachol, call a person who never breaks under interrogation. It's an organized crime term.
Excuse me?
She's attempting to remain calm, but the phrase made her flinch.
What do you mean? All right. My father was a Zemyaki. He died years ago. He was a bad man. Not a lot of good things to say about him and what he did. He bought the family a huge house, so we got to live, at least temporarily, in a giant castle in Jamrock. And then he died. What do you think? The competition came and took everything away, so after his death we had nothing left, and we were in danger. My mother had to change her name. It was a stupid idea, and I'm still disappointed I came up with it.
Aren't there any local authorities who might...
I took that into account, of course. Coordinated the operation with the débardeurs. Else they might get, not in person, but I'll let them know. You can't do anything without the fat ones getting wind. It wasn't too difficult. It's a good thing you ended that mess, though. I felt I was turning dad-wise into...
Come on, this is all fine. But you don't have anything on Everard now.
No, I don't think it would lead anywhere with Everard.
Yeah. Have you seen Everard?
You got us in, cop. I can't...
With wonder in his...
Between you and me, I don't know if you've noticed this about me. I'm a little suspicious of...
Yes, you really came through. For the...
The would-be leader is cutting some future... A cell using her contact mark. The one with the large head is blasting the dance track on repeat, while the stained glass window behind him is rattling from the bass.
Okay.
What he means is, you're right, actually. The tent was a safety hazard, and this place was deserted anyway.
It's a miracle of carpentry. Dead bodies carved into total shapes. Now it can be something more. I don't say much anything as a carpenter anymore. I tried to... I regret the time I dedicated to that profession, and that worker collective. I say things more as a member of the hardcore. The material knowledge is... That's right. Alone on an uninhabited...
He means something...
I would want to build a safe place for myself and my own as well. Maybe they were unable... A cop who's into building critique. Okay then. This is folk DeLoreanism. Lawma. Total. Everything between an ancient... Like that woman there. Like to show off large and intricate structures. Arches, spires. Put you down with them. They were really into painting everything white. Stands to reason it used to be white on the outside.
Slowly, peeled by the wind, your skin crawls from...
Dead bodies of perennial plants. Sigma functions have left this place. I saw some piglets suckling their dead mother. Have you heard this one, cop man? Oh, they had censorship. End of quote. This is an high-quality carcass. The power of anodic beats. A 3,000-year-old tyrannical regime of history. Built and maintained by hundreds of generations of self-appointed intellectuals. It's false core, anodic dance music.
You know what this kind of stuff goes well with. Your pleasure response was more like, just wondering if he has any.
I don't. Fucker giving me the evil eye. No wonder. We have to get rid of it.
Mellow, man, mellow. No one's a mass murder on the floor.
There is. She is a part.
No, that's not it. It's something more. Something closer to your skin.
Will do.
No, Noid. Stop twisting my melon, man. People are gonna love it. It'll be our thing. Plus it keeps the cold out.
I like this question, cop man. That's not the life that humans live. She was adored. Humans aren't. I don't know about you, but they hate me. And they do not think, well, they loved her. They put all their love. The world spirit doesn't. This Arno van Eyck track is an organ. The carpentry and glass cutting that built this out. No one says Arno van Eyck is a mass murderer. Likewise. Are you a commie cop? Then it's inexplicable. Whatever. Humanism leads...
And many.
She liked games. She invented the beauty. Then you meet it. It's effective like that, but it is also very soft of core. That so-called in the true life of tomorrow.
But you don't like that. You liar. You like this one. The softness of her core is, oh my living God, it's there. Suddenly you feel like you, what a strange caustic. That can't be healthy. What's happening here? Why do you keep coming back to this window? Well, you shouldn't. You shouldn't come back to this anymore. Stop talking about it.
Odd to say, I did get to talk to the crab man though. Anyway, he's been giving me kind of a psychic. Dude's seen some crazy shit, but he's actually a lot like us. Have you been listening to what Egg's been saying? The man picks up on stuff. Good thing you didn't squash him. The crabman's been lurking here for a while. He's experienced things. Things that give off bad signs. As far as encasement, confinement, like, this is some old world shit. I don't know. It'll be...
The wood creaks as a gale blows by, outside. Dust particles fall through the...
Seems to be the trend around here, doesn't it? You can't measure shit like this. Like a concentric ring spreading out. And that is what caused the communards to fail in defending the beachhead. Yeah, a lot of failure has gone down around here. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. It's not a thing we... No. It's pretty fucking unsound if you are. Anodic music will definitely contain... And if it can't, well... Maybe you can figure things out, cop man. I think we got on a good level here. The signs are syncing up well. Suspicious people are esoteric. It took us setting out for this whole end. It's short for paranoid. A reasonable question. Say I get hurt. I want to make sure it never happens again. So I analyse the situation.
This is a good, dangerous line of questioning. You should prod him on.
I don't have a top 10 list of things I'm most suspicious of, but if I had one, The left-right complex would be number 1. Number 2 would be their sole accomplishment. The pig-wheat. I prefer not to. Both ask the wrong questions. Any spark of light from either one is excellent. The original...
Whatever this true life is, you feel it's the real
It's our only shit. We should make better use of not being animals. Or cereal grain. Yes, having food is means to an end. But the left never talks about the end. Only the means. Caps are likewise suckers, constantly sleepless in worry. Mental illness is a term the powers use to homogenise.
His eyes flicker.
A life is true if it's free from fear. Beats and bright lights.
Just like that. The young man is dead serious about this.
Many non-Occidental cultures share a beat at their art. Thus, they are closer to true, hard, utmost dedication. For Egghead usually has a better concept of the hardcore. He just really likes saying hardcore.
Hardcore!
Maybe you're being too specific about it. Oh yeah, sure thing. Yo, man, what's on your mind?
Aggressive. Monotonous.
Welcome to Rattleshaw! Yeah! Too hot! It sucks up all the air!
Inside your chest, the heartbeat.
Oh!
What about the compressor? The one with the spiky hair was setting up to achieve some sort of parallel processing.
Yes, what is it?
The mother of humanism. Why? That does seem to be a problem. Maybe the mother of human.
Welcome to Rattleshaw! Yeah! Welcome to Rattleshaw! Yeah!
Bzz, 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 goes the track in the background. The young man bobs his head to the...
Oh, hey, man. It's goodbye, officer.
The locusts aren't doing all too well, but they're still in there. The trap stand the locusts, dazed from they're not really going to get the...
Good, now that's done. Don't answer that.
It's getting cold, this late in the night.
Good night of...
The waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little The waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. Simmer down.
Oh yes, she does. You need to get your drink on. There is no other way for human beings to procreate. Not after 6,000 years of yeast culture.
Funny.
Great. Now, it's okay. She just hasn't figured out. It's getting cold. The bed is comforting. The bed underneath.
Like a deftly cast fishing net, sleep pulls you out of the world and into its dark shore. The rough mesh chain.
How have things been going for you out? Because you know you are a murderer. A disco music listening psycho.
Hear that? Ice is much, much worse than that.
Don't tell him, sister. We're trying to help you. All these
The last dream will be total annihilation. Cinders.
of hell.
Everything is so okay. Your eyelids flutter.
The last thought in your head before waking is, maybe you shouldn't have seen that.
Hello, dear. It's good to see a familiar... Thank you for doing that, dear.
Her smile is weary.
Morel still isn't feeling well. I convinced him to stay at Gary's to get some rest. I'm afraid the cold has really gotten to him. Yes. Field work is a young Morel will eventually, or will...
The lieutenant stares at his shoe, caked in mud. He doesn't say anything.
That really is too much, sweetie. Thank you for your
Very strange. Why is she not letting you do this? It's like she's given up.
Different? How? I'm not. It's, a strange... Do you ever wonder if seeing the Insulindian phasmid was Morel so proud of...
A terrible sting in the heart. Regret.
No, at least I don't think that I'm some queen of the cryptozoology.
That I am a queen?
But now, we're both getting old and he's still working himself sick out in those...
The lieutenant opens. He's hiding. These things are tough on him. Matters of love, not violence or deceit. An acorn is not the same as the tree. That requires time, diligence, and care.
But it is. We've spent years searching for the phasmid, hunting it together. If I hadn't led him down this path, he could have a steady job lecturing at a university. Oh, of course it counts for something. I was a paraplegic before we met. He didn't know.
She has to swallow to relax her throat. It's keeping her from talking.
Maybe. But then why do I not dare tell him? What you have to know is the Insulindian phasmid probably does not exist. Let us fools chase our ghosts. There are a million better things to do with your life. I'm not sure of anything.
Rising, unfolding from the reeds on a hot...
Either way, I should go. Poor Morel is running a fever. Oh no, thank you, but I can get there on my own. This old thing is
Really?
Oh, sweetie.
No one can stop you from finding the phasmid.
Okay, it's...
A sigh. She doesn't think you'll need it.
You too, sweetie.
A dream. Like that, she drives off. The gas engine putters quietly as she gets to the doors, then pushes them open. Outside,
we should go to.
Hey, was there something you needed?
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time? What you want is of no significance, officer. Aggressive. Listen.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask. Or get back to your commanders. Get sober. Like I already told you,